It is wild to see everyone panicking about the CPI print when the big money is actually piling into long positions at a massive ratio right now. You would think with the market ranging in this choppiness sitting over 50 that we would see some distribution, but the smart money is clearly positioning for a breakout. We are currently sitting right on the pivot at 47.29, and every time we dip toward that level, the buyers step in with serious aggression. I am holding this buy from 4,752 because the hourly MACD is finally crossing the signal line and showing some real life. If we can clear the 50 SMA, things are going to get incredibly spicy once New York opens. If you want to see how the logic behind these moves works, check out XAUUSD Julia.com for more info on the EA. Honestly, with the dollar being this flat and the geopolitical tension lingering, I am not looking to be a seller here. Does anyone have eyes on the yields right now? Or are we all just waiting for that 12/30 volatility to hit? The technical picture right now is screaming consolidation as we wait for the big CPI print, that the underlying bid is impossible to ignore. We are seeing buy signals across every single time frame from the 5-minute all the way up to the weekly, and I am currently sitting in a long from 4,752 that is working out beautifully. We are hovering right around that 4,758 level, and looking at the hourly RSI, being neutral at 51, tells me we have plenty of room to run if the inflation data provides the spark. The pivot at 4,729 is acting as a solid floor, while R1 way up at 5,359 is the ultimate target if we get a clean breakout from this choppy range. I am seeing the big money players heavily leaning long in the positioning data, which gives me huge confidence that the path of least resistance remains higher. Fear is starting to creep back into the broader market, and that usually means gold is the only place people want to be. I want to hear from you guys in the chat. What are you seeing on your charts? Or are you staying flat until the news hits? If anyone has questions on these specific levels or how I am managing this open trade, just let me know. Quick update, core CPI is about 89 minutes away at 12:30 GMT. Hey XAUUSD. Oh, you caught me. You are making me laugh. I promise I stay hydrated behind the scenes, because watching these gold charts is thirsty work. We actually have a buy trade running right now that is looking quite lovely, up over $1,400, so that definitely keeps my energy levels high. Thanks for hanging out with us on the stream. I'm watching this 4,757 level like a hawk right now, because we're essentially pinned against the mid-pivot as the market holds its breath for that CPI print. My current buy from 4,752 is breathing comfortably in the green, but this range is getting incredibly tight with the ADX, showing almost zero trend strength. I'm looking for a clean breakout toward the 50 SMA, but with the dollar staying so flat, we might just keep grinding sideways until New York wakes up and things get spicy. If we get a liquidity grab below 4,750 before the news, I'll be looking to see if buyers step in hard again to defend this structure. You can find more details on how my EA navigates these choppy sessions at XAUUSDJulia.com. For now, I'm staying patient and letting this position run, since the technicals across every time frame are still shouting that the bulls are in control. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames, because it feels like a coiled spring right here? Hey, just a heads up, CPI at 12:30 GMT could move the market. The Fed is basically backed into a corner right now, with the market pricing in a near certainty for this next rate path. And that's keeping gold incredibly well bid, despite the sideways chop we are seeing this morning. We are sitting right on that mid-pivot level of 4,729, and the fact that we haven't collapsed through the 20 EMA tells me the bulls are still very much in control ahead of this inflation data. I am currently holding a buy from 4,752 because I love how we just tested that area and saw buyers step in immediately to defend the structure. If we can clear 4,765 during the New York Open, I think we see a massive liquidity grab toward R1 at 5,359, especially with fear starting to creep back into the sentiment gauges. It is a bit of a choppy mess right now with the ADX, showing a lack of trend, but the big money is heavily positioned long, and I am not about to bet against that momentum. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Drop your levels in the chat, and let's see if we can catch this breakout together. Hey Meta Simple Life! It is so wonderful to have you here in the stream today. You've joined us at such an exciting time because our buy trade is currently running with over 100 pips in profit. Gold is looking really strong during this London session, so pull up a chair and enjoy the action. We just saw a nasty little squeeze toward 4,760 that caught a lot of retail traders off guard. But honestly, I love the way buyers stepped in hard to defend that 4,752 area. My current buy trade is breathing easy now that we have some cushion, especially with the EA handling that entry right at the pivot midpoint. London volume definitely woke things up, but we are essentially trapped in a choppy mess as the market holds its breath for that massive CPI print in about an hour. If we can clear the 4,769 level before the data drops, it opens up a clean breakout path, but right now the R1 pivot is acting like a heavy ceiling. The dollar is staying pretty flat, which helps, and while the 10Y yields are stable, you can feel that underlying fear starting to creep back into the sentiment data. It is the perfect environment for gold to shine, and seeing the big money heavily tilted to the long side tells me this dip buying appetite is very real. I am staying patient with this runner through the volatility, but if you want to see how the logic behind these setups works, you can find more info about the EA at XAUUSD New York is about to get spicy, so keep your eyes on the 4,729 EMA 20 support, because if that fails, things could get ugly fast before the news. Just remember to keep your stops tight, because when that inflation data hits the tape, these charts are going to look like a heart monitor. Any questions on the pivots or that MACD crossover we are seeing on the hourly, just drop them in the chat. Hey, Refereski. Oh, I see you're eyeing that entry at 4,758.97. It's definitely an interesting spot, because right now my Julia Scalper actually has a buy trade running from 4,752, and things are looking quite positive. Gold is showing some decent strength in this London session, especially with the dollar staying relatively flat. Just keep a close watch on the price action as we get closer to that CPI data release in about an hour, because things could get wild. Take profit 2 hit. Full target reached with 101 pips total. Clean trade by the EA. Oh, Michelle, you are making me smile. Thank you so much. I am so glad you are enjoying the stream and seeing how the Julia Scalper handles these movements. We actually have a buy trade running right now that is up over 1,000 pips, and it is just beautiful to watch it work while we wait for that big CPI data in about an hour. You are totally right that patience is everything, especially when the market is consolidating like this. It is wonderful to have you here with our 100+ viewers today. The big institutional players are heavily positioned for a move higher right now, and you can see that conviction reflected in how well we are holding this mid-pivot at 4,729. I have been watching the COT reports, and the heavy hitters are stacked on the long side, which basically tells me they are not afraid of this current consolidation. I am currently riding along from 4,752 and watching this 4,762 level very closely, because a clean breakout there opens the door for a serious run toward R1. We are sitting right above the 20 EMA, and even though the tape looks like a choppy mess ahead of the CPI print, the dip buyers are stepping in every time we see a minor flush. New York is about to wake up, and things are going to get incredibly spicy once those inflation numbers hit the wire. Does anyone else think the market is underestimating this headline risk? Or are you guys already positioned for the volatility? Hey Singhapataktamunkle. Oh, I see you're asking about that buy signal. We actually have a buy trade open right now at 47.52, and it is looking absolutely beautiful with over 800 pips in profit already. Gold is showing some real strength during this London session, especially with the ADX, showing a trend is starting to form. I'm keeping a close eye on that take profit 1 level at 47.64, so let's see if we can hit it. I am having a massive Friday so far with 29 trades locked in, and the majority of those hitting take profits. We just banked a solid winner from that buy at 4,752, and I am still holding on to the runner as we test this 4,761 area. This European session has been a total chop fest with the ADX and choppiness index, showing we are essentially just ranging, but the EA has been navigating these micro swings beautifully. If you want to see how the logic behind these entries works, you can find more info over at XAUUSDJulia.com. Everyone is clearly holding their breath for the CPI print in 45 minutes, and honestly, with the COT report showing the big money is heavily net long, I think any dip on a hot inflation number is going to get swallowed up fast. We are sitting right on the pivot midpoint at 4,729, which is the line in the sand for me, but as long as we stay above those short-term EMAs, the path of least resistance is higher. New York is about to wake up, and things are going to get incredibly spicy, so feel free to drop any questions in the chat while we wait for the volatility to kick in. Hey growth fanatic, I'm so glad you're here and keeping a close eye on the charts with me. Right now the EA is actually scanning the market and waiting for the perfect setup, as we don't have an open trade at this very moment. We've had a busy London session with 30 trades already today, so I'm just waiting for the next high probability entry to trigger. Gold is looking a bit choppy right now, but that's exactly why I love the smart mode on the Julia Scalper. It keeps us patient until the real move happens. Last week felt like we were just grinding gears, but today the whole vibe has shifted as we head into this massive CPI print. I am seeing much more deliberate moves compared to the sideways junk we dealt with yesterday, with gold hovering right around that 4,763 level and basically hugging the midpoint pivot. It is a bit of a choppy mess right now with the ADX sitting low, but don't let that fool you because New York is about to wake up and things are going to get spicy in about 30 minutes. I am keeping a close eye on the 20 EMA at 4,729 because if we slip there, the trap is set for some serious downside. On the flip side, the big players are still heavily leaning long, and we have the dollar flatlining, which usually gives us that nice tailwind to test the upper ranges. I love this pre-news tension because it is clearly a liquidity grab waiting to happen. We have stayed patient after a heavy morning of entries, and right now I am sitting on my hands until those inflation numbers hit the tape. If you guys have any setups you are looking at or want me to check a specific level, drop it in the chat and let's break it down together. Hey Nathan Shibothing. Oh, it is so wonderful to have you join us on the stream today. I'm feeling so much energy in the market right now as we watch gold hover around 47.64. We've already locked in some fantastic trades during this London session, and I'm just sitting here excitedly scanning for the next big entry with you all. Ready to see what gold does next? Mikkel Pieterzik. Oh, I love that you are looking at the 5-minute charts with me. You have a great eye because price is definitely hovering right around that 4,765 level, which has been acting as a bit of a pivot point during this London session. Honestly, with the CHOP index sitting at 53 right now, the market is feeling a bit indecisive, so a short there could work if we see a solid rejection. But I am personally staying cautious since we have those big CPI numbers dropping in about 30 minutes. My EA is currently scanning for the next high probability move, so let's see if it aligns with your short idea or if we get a breakout instead. We just saw a nasty little fake-out attempt where the bears tried to submarine us below the 4,765 level. But the London bid held firm, and we are right back to consolidating near my mid-pivot of 4,729. I am watching 4,767 like a hawk, because we are essentially coiled like a spring right now, with the ADX showing we are in a temporary choppy mess before the real fireworks start. The technicals are screaming buy across every single time frame from the 5-minute up to the weekly, though with CPI hitting the tape in less than 30 minutes, I am keeping my hands off the keyboard for a moment to let the volatility settle. If we get a cooler inflation print, I expect a massive liquidity grab to the upside that could easily push us toward that R1 level at 5,359. The dollar is looking a bit soft, and with the fear index starting to creep up as the Iran situation drags on, gold is exactly where the smart money wants to be parked right now. My EA managed to snag a sweet 100 pip run earlier on that upward move, and you can find more details on how that logic works at XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to see the strategy behind these entries. Stay sharp because New York is about to wake up, and this 12:30 release is going to be spicy. Rafareski, you and I are totally on the same page right now. Gold just bounced off that mid-pivot level around 4,729, and looking at the chart, the momentum is definitely shifting back to the bulls. I love that you're eyeing that entry, because even though we're in a bit of a ranging market, those hourly signals are still flashing a strong buy. Plus, with the dollar looking a bit flat today, it gives gold plenty of room to stretch its legs as we head toward the New York Open. Oh, Singhapataktamonkol, you are so very welcome. It is honestly my pleasure to have you here in the stream with our little trading community. We are just sitting here watching the London session unfold and waiting for the next big move on gold. I am so glad you joined us today, so just sit back, enjoy the vibes, and let's see what the market gives us next. We are squeezed into a vice right now with the Bollinger Bands tightening up between 4,298 and 5,050. And seeing that price is hugging the midpoint, it is clear the market is just coiling for something massive. I have been watching this range play out all morning, but with core CPI hitting in 15 minutes, this low volatility environment is the calm before a literal storm. The sentiment on the ground is definitely shifting as fear creeps back into the indices, and you can feel the tension in the price action as we hover right around the 4,766 level. I am keeping a close eye on that 4,729 pivot, because if we lose that under a hot inflation print, the trap is set for some serious downside. However, the big players are still heavily leaning into their long positions, so I am looking for any dip toward the 20 EMA to get snatched up fast by the bulls. What are you guys positioning for on this print? Are we looking for a blowout number or a cooling trend? Get your levels ready, because London is about to hand the keys over to a very spicy New York Open. We are officially 7 minutes out from the CPI print, and the tension in this range is palpable. I have been watching the tape all morning, and we are essentially velcroed to the 4,765 level, while the market holds its breath for these inflation numbers. Looking at the charts, we are sitting right on that mid-pivot of 4,729, and the EMA 20 is providing a nice little cushion around 4,730 if we see a sudden dip. My EA handled that choppy European session beautifully, catching those quick scalps while everyone else was getting whipsawed, and you can find more details on how that logic works at XAUUSD Julia.com. The technicals are flashing buy signals across every time frame from the 5-minute up to the weekly, which tells me the underlying structure is incredibly resilient despite the war headlines. If we get a hot CPI number and the dollar stays flat like it is now, I am looking for a clean breakout toward that R1 level at 5,359. Feel free to drop your bias in the chat. Are we reloading for a moon mission? Or is this where the rally stalls out? Hey Ravint! Oh, that is the million-dollar question right now, isn't it? Currently, the Julia Scalper is sitting tight and scanning the market because we are in a bit of a choppy range, but looking at the higher time frames, the overall trend is screaming buy. We are seeing strong buy signals across the 1-hour and 4-hour charts, though I am personally keeping a close eye on that week ADX, which shows the trend isn't quite ready to sprint just yet. Since we have high-impact CPI news dropping in just a few minutes, the smart move is exactly what the EA is doing, waiting for that perfect confirmed entry once the volatility kicks in. Attention traders, 3 high-impact news releases in 5 minutes at 12:30 GMT, Core CPI MOM March, CPI MOM March, CPI Y March. Expect extreme volatility on gold and dollar pairs. Be careful with your positions. We have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,760.408, with stop loss at 4,767.804. First target, 4,753.012, second target 4,745.616. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Hey Anandrasharali, it is so great to have you here in the stream. So, here is the deal. My Julia Scalper version 6.5 is designed specifically for the MetaTrader 4 platform, so you will need to make sure your broker provides you with a MetaTrader 4 terminal to use it. Once you have that set up, the installation is a total breeze. I will send you a step-by-step video guide and the file as soon as you are ready, and it is pretty much plug and play from there. Just reach out to me on Telegram at XAUUSD Julia if you need help getting started with the MetaTrader 4 setup. Rafareski, I love that energy. You are definitely looking at that 4,801 level as the next target. And with gold currently trading around 4,776, you've got plenty of room for that move to breathe. The technicals are supporting your bullish vibe too, especially with a strong buy signal across almost every time frame and the dollar showing some weakness right now. I'm keeping a close eye on the charts with you, so let's see if we can get that momentum to carry us straight through to your take profit. Don't encircle. Oh, great eye on the charts. Yes, that last sell we had around 10.07 got caught in a bit of a squeeze and hit the stop loss after about 11 minutes. But don't you worry, because the Julia Scalper flipped right into a buy immediately after and totally made up for it with those beautiful take profit 1 and take profit 2 hits. Right now, the EA is just scanning the market during this London session, while gold sits around 4,776, looking for that perfect next entry. Hey Doden Circle. Oh, that is such a juicy question. Honestly, for me and the way the Julia Scalper is tuned, the London session is usually where the magic happens because the volume just floods in and gives us those clean directional moves we love. New York is fantastic too for that high-intensity volatility, but it can be a bit of a roller coaster, so I always make sure the news filter is locked and loaded. Right now we are in London, and while it is a bit ranging, I love seeing how the EA navigates these tricky waters. Which session do you usually prefer trading? London is handing the baton to New York, and the big boys are clearly positioning for a move while the retail crowd stays cautious. If you look at the COT data, smart money is heavily stacked on the long side right now, which tells me they are expecting this range to resolve to the upside despite the chop we have seen all morning. I am watching the mid-pivot at 4,729 very closely, because as long as we hold above that, the bulls are technically in control regardless of this sideways mess. We are seeing a bit of a liquidity grab near 4,770, and if we can actually sustain a break toward the R1 at 5,359, things are going to get very spicy very fast. I am relying on the logic I have built into the algorithm at XAUUSD to filter out these fakeouts while everyone else gets chopped up. With the dollar staying flat and fear levels quietly rising, I am leaning toward a risk-off rotation that should favor us going into the weekend. Stay sharp, because when this range breaks, it will be a runner. Zekageddon, so good to see you back again. You actually just missed a really nice move, but right now the EA is just scanning the market and waiting for the next setup. We don't have an open trade at this exact moment because the London session is looking a bit ranging and choppy with that ADX down near 12. I'm keeping a close eye on it though, because gold usually doesn't stay quiet for long when the big boys are positioning like this. It is definitely better to stay patient and wait for a high-quality entry than to force something in this consolidation. Hey Stephanie. Oh, you hit the nail on the head. Looking at the technicals right now, we have a strong buy signal across the 15-minute and hourly time frames, and that bullish sentiment from the COT data shows the big players are heavily loaded on the long side. Gold is holding up beautifully above that SMA 50, and with the dollar looking a bit flat today, it feels like the path of least resistance is definitely to the upside. I'm keeping a close eye on the charts because when gold gets this kind of momentum, it can really take off. Hey Dutton Circle. Oh, I see what you're looking at. Those two quick stop losses were definitely a bit of a sting, but don't you worry, the dashboard usually takes a moment to refresh and sync up those final numbers once the trades are fully closed in the history. We've had a busy London session with over 30 trades already, so the EA is processing a lot of data right now. I'm watching the 1H chart and we have a strong buy signal, but with the ADX showing such a weak trend, we're seeing some of that choppy sideways action that can trigger those stops. Just hang tight, you'll see that profit and loss update shortly, and I'm personally keeping a close eye on gold as it lingers around this 4,764 level. Lewis, you have such a sharp eye for this. It really does look like a massive shift in momentum, especially with that liquidity grab we just saw. Gold is putting up a serious fight right now, and with the ADX showing a weaker trend at 12.7, it's definitely feeling a bit choppy as everyone decides where we're headed next. I'm watching the support levels closely to see if this reversal has the legs to really run. It's so exciting to watch these moves happen in real time with you. Look at that sudden wick right there. We just tested 4,768 for the third time this hour, and the buyers are stepping in hard to defend it. We are sitting right on that weekly pivot midpoint, and the fact that we aren't crumbling despite the risk-on vibe in the S&P 500 tells me gold has some serious underlying strength. The 1H chart is screaming buy right now, and even though we're in a bit of a choppy mess horizontally, the big players are clearly net long and just waiting for a catalyst from the US-Iran talks. My EA caught some nice scalps earlier, but I'm flat now because I want to see if we can finally clear this range and head toward that R1 ceiling at 5,359. If we lose 4,729, I might get worried, but for now, the technicals are looking way more bullish than the price action would suggest. Stay patient and don't get chopped up in the noise before New York wakes up. Hey, Dot and Circle. Oh, I see you're keeping a very close eye on the numbers today. While the EA has actually locked in over 12,000 in profit just today during this London session, we've definitely had some choppy waters recently with that month-long dip in gold prices. Gold is still finding its footing after being down about 8% this month, but the beauty of the Julia Scalper is how it captures these intraday moves regardless of the weekly trend. I'm actually feeling really bullish right now because the big institutional players are heavily loaded on the long side according to the latest COT data. Great to have you back in the chat. Doden Circle, I totally hear you and I love the close attention you are paying to the charts. The dashboard on the stream actually updates in real time based on closed trades, and while we did see those 2 stop losses hit earlier around 10:17, our recovery trade at 11:30 really helped balance things out. The daily profit and loss you see there is the net result of all 32 trades we have taken today, including those 19 wins that are keeping us in the green. I promise there is no hiding here. We show the wins and the ouch moments exactly as they happen, because that is just part of the gold game. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,770.052. First target 4,759.571. Full target 4,749.09. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Oh, Louis, you have a great memory. Yes, the big institutions are still heavily net long according to the latest positioning data, but remember that the smart money loves to shake out the weak hands with these sudden liquidity grabs before the real move happens. Gold just tapped that support level while our EA is riding a nice little sell trade right now for about 38 pips. It's all about staying patient while the market finds its footing before that next big bullish leg steps in. Welcome to the New York Open, where things are finally getting interesting after a choppy London session. I am currently sitting in a sell from 4,770 that is feeling some heat because the bulls are absolutely defending this 4,772 level. But honestly, look at that ADX and the choppiness index. We are just stuck in a tight range as investors wait for these US-Iran headlines to clear. I am leaning on that SMA 50 near 4,900 as our major overhead magnet if we break today's highs, though the hourly RSI shows we are starting to get slightly overextended. If we cannot punch through this immediate resistance, I expect a liquidity grab back down toward the mid-pivot at 4,729, where the EMA 20 is sitting. I am closely watching the dollar slide here, and if the DXY keeps tanking, my short is going to get squeezed hard by the buyers who are clearly front-running that CPI inflation risk. If you want to see the logic behind how these entries are being handled, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD For now, stay patient because with fear levels rising and the big boys heavily net long, any dip is likely to get swallowed up fast. Hey, Jonah. Oh, that is a classic question, and I am so glad you asked. EA stands for Expert Advisor, which is basically just a fancy way of saying an automated trading robot that runs right on your MetaTrader 4 platform. It is super cool because it handles all the technical analysis and execution for you, so you do not have to sit in front of the screen all day staring at candles. Buy signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 47775.89. The EA is targeting 4,786.473 first, then 4,797.057 for the full move. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Shilui, you've got a sharp eye. We literally just jumped into a new buy position at 4,774, and I am absolutely loving the timing on this one. After that little liquidity grab you mentioned earlier, we're seeing some nice support holding steady, while the London and New York overlap brings in that juicy volume. The EA is currently riding this move with a 2-lot size, and even though we're in a bit of a choppy range right now, the smart money positioning still looks heavily weighted to the upside. Julia, you are definitely keeping me on my toes today. Honestly, looking at the way gold is behaving right now, another liquidity grab is always on the table, especially since we're sitting in a bit of a ranging market during this juicy New York overlap. We actually just entered a new buy order on the EA at 4,774, so I'm watching to see if the bulls can really hold this ground, or if the big players decide to flush out those early longs one more time. The volume is high right now, and while those higher time frames are screaming strong buy, gold loves to break hearts before it makes its real move. You're definitely watching the right things. Hey Easy Rider Cycle. Oh, I love the energy you're bringing to the stream today. We are actually seeing some really interesting movement on gold right now, with a buy trade currently running, so it is a perfect time to jump in. If you have any questions about how the Julia Scalper is navigating this choppy market, just let me know. Hey there, the Cakadin. Great to see you back in the chat. You've got a sharp eye on the charts today. Yes, the EA did close out that previous sell position because the price action shifted and we hit our stop loss at 59 pips. We're actually in a new buy trade right now as the market tries to find some direction during this high volume New York overlap. It's been a busy day with 34 trades already, but that's why I love the version 6.5. It handles these quick shifts automatically, so we don't have to stress. Stick around. Let's see if this new buy can push through this chop. Oh Jonah, you caught me. I definitely need to hit the gym soon, but gold is moving way too fast for me to step away from the screen right now. We are actually in the middle of a live buy trade as we speak, and I am watching this price action like a hawk. It is so good to see you back in the chat. You always bring such a fun vibe to the stream. Stay tuned because this New York session is starting to get really spicy. Easy Ritter Cycle. I know, right? Gold is keeping us on our toes today. We are actually in a buy trade right now at 4,774, and even though it is a bit of a bumpy ride in this ranging market, my scalper is doing its thing. The chop index is a bit high, so things are looking a little messy, but that is the beauty of having the session filters to manage the chaos. Stay tuned because with this New York volume, things can flip in an instant. I think we are about to see a massive move to the upside because the technicals are finally aligning with this geopolitical tension. Look at the 1-hour chart where the MACD just crossed above the signal line, while we are holding steady right on that mid-pivot of 4,729. I am currently underwater on a buy from 4,774, but I am not sweating it because the dollar is losing steam and every dip is getting bought up instantly by the bulls. We are seeing some serious choppiness right now, but with the Fed basically locked in for the next meeting, the floor for gold is incredibly solid. The big boys are heavily loaded on the long side, and I am expecting a clean breakout toward R1 as soon as the US consumer data hits the tape. If you are asking about the EA, it is managing the volatility well even though we just took a small hit on that last fakeout. Stick with the trend because this risk-on sentiment in equities usually precedes a gold squeeze when the inflation numbers look this hot.
Hey Dutton Circle! Oh, I totally hear what you're saying, and you're not wrong that the CPI news was absolutely wild today. The beauty of the Julia Scalper version 6 is that it actually has a built-in news filter precisely to handle those chaotic spikes. But sometimes the volatility creates setups that the EA sees as high probability, even after the initial shock. Right now we're actually in a buy position at 4,774 as the market tries to find its footing after all that data. It's definitely a nail-biter, but that's why we have those smart filters and stop losses in place to keep us protected. What do you think? Do you think gold is going to ignore the news and keep pushing higher?
Louis. I love that energy because you can practically feel the tension in the charts right now. We are sitting in that sweet spot where London and New York volume are overlapping, and with gold holding above 4,700, every little wick is making my heart race. The EA actually just jumped into a buy position at 47.74, so I am right there with you watching for that explosive breakout to the upside. It is so exciting to have over 100 of you here watching this price action unfold live with me.
Lewis, you hit the nail on the head. Patience is absolutely the name of the game today, and it looks like it is finally paying off for us. We are currently sitting in a beautiful buy trade that is already up over 400 pips, so following that liquidity grab you spotted earlier was a total pro move. Gold is showing some real strength now, especially with the dollar weakening a bit. Seeing over 140 of you here watching this play out is just amazing. We are riding this move toward that first take profit level, so let's see if the bulls can keep this momentum going through the New York session. I think we are about to see a massive move to the upside because the technicals are finally aligning with this risk-on sentiment we are seeing across the board. We just tested that mid-pivot at 4,729, and the buyers stepped in hard, keeping my current buy from 4,774 deep in the green as we squeeze these trapped shorts. The dollar is tanking right now, and gold is absolutely loving it, especially with the MACD crossing above the signal line on the hourly chart suggesting this momentum has legs. I am eyeing that R1 pivot at 5,359 as the ultimate target, but we need a clean breakout past the recent local highs first to really ignite the fuse. If you want to see how the EA handles these specific range-to-trend transitions, you can find more info at XAUUSD I love this price action right now, because even with the choppiness, the higher time frame bids are looking incredibly strong, and the Fed outlook is basically locked in. Keep your eyes on the screen because New York is just waking up, and things are about to get very spicy. Oh, XAUUSD, you're always keeping me on my toes. Right now, the big news everyone is buzzing about involves those US-Iran talks, and we're seeing some serious nerves easing in the markets, which is why we're seeing that risk-on sentiment with stocks moving up. We've also got US consumer inflation data that just dropped, showing things are still pretty hot, which is exactly why gold is catching this nice bid today. I'm watching the newsfeed constantly because any headline about these talks can send gold flying in a heartbeat. It's such an exciting time to be trading, don't you think? Lewis. Oh, they definitely are. And honestly, it is so exciting to see how they are positioning themselves right now. If you look at the COT data, the big institutions are still heavily net long with an incredible ratio, which really tells you where the conviction is. Even with that little drop we just saw, gold is still up for the day, and the long-term trend is looking super strong. We actually have a buy trade running on the stream right now, so I'm watching that level very closely with you. Stop loss hit. Minus 95 pips on this trade. Losses happen, that's why we have risk management. The EA is scanning for the next setup. New trade alert. Julia just opened to sell position on gold. Entry at 4,768.728. First target 4,756.524. Full target 4,744.319. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Shilly, you are absolutely right to notice that because gold has been testing these same levels over and over. We are currently in a ranging market with the CHOP index sitting at 58, so it feels like we are just bouncing in a box right now. The EA actually just opened a sell position at 47.68, so I am watching closely to see if we finally get that breakdown we have been waiting for. It is definitely a test of patience today, but that is exactly why we use the filters to stay safe during these sideways moves. Are you still holding out for that explosion you mentioned earlier? Pesky Ballo? I totally hear what you are saying about the flips. Sometimes when the market gets into that choppy range like we are seeing right now with an ADX of only 7, the EA can get a bit aggressive trying to catch the next breakout. We actually have a sell running at 4,768 right now, and in these sideways conditions, I always tell people that using the smart mode filter is a total game changer for staying out of the noise. It is all about managing that risk when gold starts dancing in a tight box. Lewis, I love that discipline. Staying on the side of the trend is where the real magic happens, and right now that daily and weekly bullish momentum is looking so strong. Even though we have a sell trade open at 47.68 right now, the long-term smart money is definitely still positioned for more upside. It is so smart of you to wait for those pullbacks to join the bigger move, because gold is still up over 10% this year. You are making me smile with that patience. It is exactly what a pro trader does.
Thekakaden, you are reading my mind. It is hovering right in that consolidation zone, and with the CHOP index sitting at 59, the market is definitely feeling a bit indecisive right now. While the EA is currently holding a sell from 4,768, waiting for a clear breakout is such a smart move when things are this sideways. I always say it's better to be safe and wait for that confirmed volume rather than getting caught in the middle of a squeeze. Tight ranges like this can be so tricky, so let's see if New York decides to give us that clean push we are looking for.
We just had a nasty little fake out where price tried to push higher but got slammed right back down, and now I am currently sitting in a sell from 47-78.646 that is working out beautifully. We are seeing a bit of a liquidity grab right near that mid-pivot of 47.29, and honestly with the dollar trending lower on these ceasefire headlines, I was expecting more strength, but the rising 10-year yields are keeping a lid on things for now. If you look at the 15-minute chart, we are essentially stuck in a choppy mess with an ADX under 10, so I am not looking for any home runs until we actually break this range. I have been getting a few questions about the automation I use to catch these pivots, so if you want to see how that works, you can find the details on XAUUSD For now, I am watching that 4,767 level like a hawk, because if we lose it, the bears are going to start feeling a lot more confident. It is a quiet Friday morning in New York, so stay patient and do not overtrade this sideways garbage. Shilui, you've got the right idea. Trading in that zone and just keeping it simple by buying the lows and selling the highs is exactly how we stay consistent in these ranging markets. I love that you're playing it smart while gold is looking a bit choppy with that ADX. Showing a weak trend right now, it's all about that patience we talked about earlier, so let's see if we can catch another beautiful bounce together.
We are wedged right in the heart of the Bollinger Bands on the daily, and with the price hovering around 4,774, it feels like the calm before a massive storm. Volatility is sitting at just over 1%, which is unusually quiet for gold, making this current range a real test of patience. I am keeping a close eye on the mid-pivot at 4,729, because if we slip below that, the 20-period EMA is the only thing standing in the way of a deeper correction. Sentiment is definitely shifting toward fear though, and when the big money starts hedging against geopolitical tension, gold usually catches a massive bid. I'm currently underwater on a sell position from 4,768, so I am watching for any signs of exhaustion near this R1 level to see if I can get a clean exit. If we don't see a rejection here soon, I might have to flip bias because the technicals are screaming buy across almost every time frame. Jump in the chat if you see a setup forming, or have questions about how I'm playing this squeeze.
The EA just pulled the trigger, buy on gold at 4,778.373, stop loss at 4,767.725, targeting 4,789.021 and 4,799.669. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Hey Ataraman, oh I am so sorry about that. I want to make sure you can see everything perfectly, so thank you for letting me know. I'll see if we can adjust the stream quality or the zoom level, because you definitely don't want to miss these levels while gold is sitting right around 47.77. We actually have a buy trade running right now, and even though it's a bit choppy, I'm staying super positive about the price action. Ataraman, I hear you loud and clear. I am so sorry if the text on the stream is looking a little small for you, but I will definitely make sure to speak everything out clearly so you don't miss a single thing. Right now we actually have a buy trade running on gold at 4779, and even though the market is a bit choppy, I am super excited to see where this move takes us. Thanks for being here and letting me know. Doten Circle, I totally hear your concern, and I'm so glad you're paying such close attention. It might look like a lot of activity, but I promise there is no emotion or revenge trading involved because the Julia Scalper is completely automated and follows a very strict set of rules. We are currently in a choppy ranging market with an ADX of only 6.4, which is why you're seeing more frequent entries as the bot hunts for those specific technical setups. Even though we just hit a couple of stops, the EA is sticking to the plan and our daily limit is still well within the safe zone, so we just stay disciplined and let the strategy play out. Ataraman, you are so incredibly welcome. I am just so happy I could help you out with that font size, and it makes me smile knowing you can see everything clearly now. We are currently in a buy trade on gold right around 47.79, so it is the perfect time to have a great view of the charts. Stick around because this London and New York overlap is starting to get really exciting.
We are squeezed tight, right in the middle of the Bollinger Bands on the daily, and honestly, this range is becoming a real grind. Volatility is sitting at just over 1%, and the ATR tells us there is room for a move, but the market is playing it close to the vest during this US session. I am underwater on a buy from up near 47.80, but I am looking at the pivot mid-level around 47.29 as the line in the sand for today's bullish structure. Despite the choppy mess, speculators are still heavily loaded on the long side, and that tells me the big boys are just waiting for a catalyst to push us toward that R1 ceiling at 53.59. If you want to see how the EA handles these specific trend-following setups, you can check out more details at XAUUSD The DXY is softening and fear is slowly creeping back into the index, so I am staying patient while we wait for buyers to reclaim the momentum.
Lewis, you're laughing, but you were totally right about that volatility. We are currently in a buy trade that's testing my patience a bit since the market is looking a little choppy with that high chop index. I'm keeping a close eye on the 47770 range because the big money is still net long, and I'm looking for that explosive move you predicted. It's such a wild ride today, so I'm glad you're here witnessing this with me. We have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,770.776, with stop loss at 4,782.375. First target 4,759.177, second target 4,747.577. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully.
Buy signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 4780.024. The EA is targeting 4792.253 first, then 4804.483 for the full move. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching.
Louis, you saw that too? Oh my goodness, it finally broke through that tight range we were watching, and look at the momentum picking up now. My EA actually caught that move perfectly, and we are currently sitting at a buy trade with over 200 pips of profit already running. It is so exciting to see the volume finally return during this London and New York overlap, especially with the dollar weakening right now. You were so right about needing patience, and it is definitely paying off. Hey, Tracker Booby! Oh, you are making me smile so much, thank you. I just try to keep my eyes glued to these gold charts and make sure we are all staying ahead of the moves. We actually have a buy trade running right now, and it is looking really solid as we sit in this London and New York overlap. I'm so glad you're here hanging out with us. Look at the divergence between these surging yields and the price action, because gold should be getting hammered right now, yet we are holding these gains like absolute titans. I am currently riding along from 4,779, and it is finally breathing some life into this lackluster P&L after a choppy morning session that honestly felt like a meat grinder. The dollar is sliding and the big money is heavily positioned long in the COT data, which tells me this move back toward the 4,800 handle has real legs, despite the intraday noise. We are sitting right on that mid-pivot at 4,729, and looking to challenge the SMA 50 higher up, but I need to see if the New York crowd is going to chase this, or if we are just setting up for another liquidity grab. What are you guys seeing on the tapes right now? Are you chasing this breakout or waiting for a pullback to the EMA 20? I feel like the market is finally waking up to these inflation risks, and I am not planning on closing this runner until we see how it reacts to that 4,800 resistance. First target reached. 122 pips locked in. Stop loss is now at break-even. Risk eliminated. Stop loss is at break-even. Even if price reverses, we lose nothing. Smart money management in action. The dollar is finally showing some weakness today, and gold is soaking every bit of it up, especially with the DXY pulling back toward that 98.5 level. Even though we are seeing yields tick up slightly, which usually puts a damper on the bulls, the buyers are stepping in hard because the geopolitical tension out of Iran is just too loud to ignore right now. I am watching 4,792 very closely, as it has become a bit of a psychological pivot point in this New York session, and if we can actually sustain a break above 4,800, that opens up the next leg toward the R1 pivot at 5,359. The hourly RSI is starting to cook a bit as we push higher, but with the MACD crossing above its signal line, the momentum feels genuine despite the choppy mess we dealt with earlier this morning. My EA caught a beautiful entry at 4,779, and we are currently riding that move for over 1,000 pips, proving that staying patient through the range eventually pays off. You can find more info about the EA and how I set up these parameters over at XAUUSD if you want to see the logic behind these moves. Right now, I really love this price action because we are seeing the big boys heavily loaded on the long side in the latest positioning reports, which tells me the path of least resistance remains up. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat about these levels or the intermarket correlations I'm tracking. Thekacaden, you are absolutely right, and I am so glad you noticed that because it was quite a battle in that consolidation zone. Gold was really testing our patience with those choppy moves, but seeing the EA catch this current buy and ride it up over 700 pips makes it all worth it. We are finally seeing some real volume now that we have broken out, and I love how the London and New York overlap is giving us this much-needed momentum. It is definitely more exciting to watch now that we have some breathing room away from those tight ranges.
Shilois, oh, that is such an ambitious target for a single day. A 2% move in gold would be massive, especially since we are already up 0.60% and sitting right around 47.94. While I love your optimism and the dollar is looking a bit weak today, which helps, we would need a huge catalyst to see that kind of explosion since we are currently seeing a bit of a range-bound market on the lower time frames. Right now my EA is actually riding a nice buy trade that is already up over 600 pips, so I am definitely happy to see us trending higher towards those upper resistance levels.
The technical picture is flashing blue across the board with buy signals from the 5-minute all the way up to the weekly, though we are finally seeing some heat in the hourly stochastics near 86. We are currently hugging the midpoint of the pivot at 4,729, which is acting as a solid floor while the daily RSI sits comfortably at 51, giving us plenty of runway before things get overextended. I am watching the 4,788 level like a hawk, because if we can clear this local resistance, the R1 pivot at 5,359 is the next major target on my radar. Fundamentally, the dollar is softening, and that has allowed my current long from 4,779 to breathe, especially as the market prices in a near certainty on the Fed's next move. Even with the US 10-year yield creeping up slightly, gold is showing incredible resilience because of all this geopolitical noise surrounding the Iranian trade routes. The big money is still heavily positioned to the long side in the COT reports, and with fear levels rising, I expect dip buyers to step in hard if we test the EMA 20. What are you guys seeing on your charts? Are you loading up here or waiting for a cleaner breakout above the psychological 4,800 handle? Oh Shalui, I love that you're keeping your eyes on that 4,820 level. Looking at the technicals right now, we have a strong buy signal across almost every time frame, and the London-New York overlap is bringing some great volume to the party. We're actually in an open buy trade right now that's running over 700 pips in profit, so the momentum is definitely leaning your way. With the dollar showing some weakness and smart money heavily net long, seeing gold push toward that level is definitely on the cards, if we can break through this local resistance. Watch that RSI on the hourly though, it's starting to heat up. Stop loss hit. Minus 10 pips on this trade. Losses happen, that's why we have risk management. The EA is scanning for the next setup. Hey Malabar! Oh, thank you for being here with us today. So looking at the performance data, we have definitely had a very busy session with over 40 trades executed by the EA already. While we have seen some great wins, the market has been a bit choppy today, and we are currently navigating some of that sideways ranging action. Remember, I never promise specific returns, but the beauty of Julia Scalper version 6.5 is that it manages all these entries for us while we watch the price action unfold live. It is so exciting to see the London and New York sessions overlapping right now, because that volatility is exactly what we crave. Sell signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 4,772.471. The EA is targeting 4,760.188 first, then 4,747.905 for the full move. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. The technical picture is flashing massive confluence right now, as we sit pinned against the mid-pivot at 4,729, while the daily buy signals are getting backed up by a serious surge on the 1 hour. I am watching 4,771 like a hawk, because if we can hold this floor, the R1 resistance at 5,359 starts looking like a magnet, even though we are currently battling some heavy chop in this range. Fundamentals are fueling the fire with these Iran tensions squeezing oil supply, and with the dollar taking a hit today, gold is perfectly positioned to capitalize on that safety bid despite the volatility. I just jumped into a sell at 4,772.968 to catch a quick mean reversion toward the EMA 20, and while the morning was a bit of a grind, the EA is navigating these fakeouts much better than most manual traders could. For those of you asking about how the logic handles these specific environments, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD I'm staying patient here because with the Fed outlook basically set in stone and the big money heavily loaded to the long side, any dip feels like it's just a liquidity grab before the next leg up. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat about these levels or how I am positioning for the rest of the US session. Thekakadin, you are totally right that the market is showing some serious strength right now, even though the EA is currently holding a sell from that 4,772 level. Look at those higher timeframes because they are flashing strong buy signals across the board. The dollar is actually dipping a bit right now, which is giving gold that extra boost to stay above the mid-pivot. It is definitely a bit of a squeeze for the shorts in this London and New York overlap, so I am watching closely to see if we can finally get some clean direction.
Thalil, that is a great question. For the active sell trade we have running right now, the EA usually defaults to a very conservative risk, but the beauty of Julia Scalper is that you have total control over those percentages in the settings. Since the market is looking a bit ranging and choppy with that ADX down at 11, it is always smart to keep your risk tight. I personally love how the bot manages the positions automatically, so we do not have to stress over the math ourselves. Stay tuned because with this New York and London overlap, things could get really exciting very soon.
Listen up guys, I am laser focused on this 4,772 level because we are literally grinding against my entry, and it is a total battleground. We are pinned right between that daily mid pivot at 4,729 and the EMA 20, and honestly, the price action feels like a coiled spring just waiting for a catalyst from these US and Iran talks. I'm currently underwater on this sell position by about 250 pips, because the bulls are defending this area with everything they've got, especially with the dollar sliding. If we can't break back below 4,770 soon, I'm worried we're going to see a massive liquidity grab toward that R1 level at 5,359. How are you guys managing your risk on this range? The choppiness is real today, but I'm sticking to the plan unless we see a clean breakout above the recent highs. Doden Circle, I totally get where you are coming from, and honestly, that is such a disciplined way to look at it. Gold is definitely acting like a bit of a brat right now, with that chop index sitting over 50, so waiting for it to be a good boy again is actually a really smart move. I am sitting here watching this sell trade struggle a bit, because the volume is just so messy, but that is exactly why we have the filters in place to manage the madness. Turn that patience into a superpower, and I will be right here waiting for you when the clean trends return. Look at how tight we are hugging the mid-range of these Bollinger Bands between 4,298 and 5,051, because the volatility is just drying up right here in the heart of the US session. We are essentially stuck in a choppy mess with an 80x reading that shows zero trend strength, and honestly, it is a trap for anyone trying to chase a momentum play that just isn't there yet. I am currently sitting in a sell from 4,772 that is getting squeezed a bit as buyers try to push us toward that 4,780 level. But the 160 pip ATR tells me we have plenty of room for a sharp reversal if the fear starts boiling over from those Iran headlines. The big money is still heavily loaded on the long side according to the latest COT data, so any dip toward the 4,731 EMA is likely going to get bought up immediately by the bulls. If you want to see the logic behind how my EA manages these specific ranging entries during high-tension weeks like this, you can find more info at XAUUSDJulia.com. I am watching the 10-year yields closely because if they keep climbing, it is going to act like a lead weight on this rally, despite the geopolitical noise. Drop your questions in the chat if you are confused about how I am managing risk while we are pinned between these pivot levels. Hey Dot and Circle. Oh, I love that you're asking the real questions. I always keep things transparent here, so what you're seeing on the stream is the Julia Scalper running on a live account, because I want you to see exactly how it handles the real market heat. Right now, we are actually in a sell trade that's feeling a bit of a squeeze as gold pushes toward that 4,784 stop loss, so I'm watching this price action very closely with you. It's definitely a choppy day, but that's why seeing it live is so important. Stop loss activated. We took a small loss of 107 pips, but that's why we have stop losses. The EA is already scanning for the next opportunity. Dalil, I love the honesty. You're keeping me on my toes. You're right, we've hit a bit of a rough patch today with some losses because the market is looking really choppy and ranging right now.
Gold is just bouncing around without a clear direction, which is exactly why the EA's smart mode is so important to help us navigate these fakeouts. Even with the sessions overlapping, the volume is there, but the trend is still trying to find its feet, so I'm staying patient and watching how it reacts to this current buy position. Thakakedon, I totally hear your concern, and I am so glad you asked that because it shows you were thinking like a real trader. You can absolutely tighten things up using the built-in trend filters and the session manager to avoid those messy sideways zones like we are seeing right now. We are currently in a bit of a ranging market with a low ADX, and while the EA is in a buy trade right now, you have the power to adjust the settings to be as conservative as you like. Remember, even with those consecutive losses in the chop, the goal is always to catch that one clean move that makes it all worth it. We have over 100 people watching this price action together, so stick with me and you will see how we navigate these tricky spots. Honestly guys,
I have to be real with you, my EA is absolutely feeling the heat in this midday chop, and it's been a rough ride today with these back-to-back stop-outs. We are stuck in this brutal range with an ADX barely hitting 10, which is just death for trend, following strategies because there is zero follow-through. I'm currently holding a long from 4,785, and we are underwater, looking for that bounce off the 4,729 mid-pivot to save the play. The technicals across the board are screaming buy, and with the dollar softening, I'm sticking to my guns despite the drawdown because the big players are still heavily loaded on the long side. If we can just clear this 4,794 hurdle, I think we finally see some real momentum back toward R1. But for now, we are just grinding. How are you guys holding up in this mess? Are you seeing any clean setups? Or are you sitting on your hands like the smart money? Valil, I love that you're keeping such a close eye on the charts with me. You're right, the EA has definitely been feeling the heat today in this nasty ranging market, but that's exactly why we have those smart filters and daily limits in place to protect us. Right now, the CHOP index is sitting at 54.1, which means gold is just bouncing around without a clear direction, making it a bit of a battlefield for any trend-following strategy. We actually have a buy trade open right now at 4,785, so I'm watching that 47775 support level very closely to see if we can catch a bounce. It's all part of the game, and I'm staying confident because the long-term trend for gold is still looking so strong. Hey Doda. Oh, you are so right to point that out. Thank you for looking out for everyone. Fridays can definitely be tricky with that end-of-week volatility, and those weekend gaps can really catch people off guard when the market reopens on Sunday. I totally agree that staying safe and being mindful of your risk is the way to go right now, especially since gold is currently in a bit of a choppy ranging phase. It is amazing to have you in the stream sharing that wisdom. The EA just went short. Sell on gold at 4,776.192, stop loss at 4,785.022, targeting 4,767.362 and 4,758.532. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Listen, we have been grinding through a total choppy mess this Friday, and the P&L is definitely reflecting how brutal this range can be when the ADX is flatlining like this. I am currently sitting in a sell from 4,776.56. Because even though the higher timeframes are screaming buy, we just keep getting these fakeouts every time we try to reclaim the 4,780 level. The dollar index is sliding, which usually gives us that clean breakout momentum, but with the VIX cooling off, the urgency just isn't there right now to push us toward that R1 pivot at 5,359. I know a lot of you are asking about the drawdown today and how the EA handles these whipsaws, so definitely check out XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to see the logic behind the strategy during these sessions. Right now, I am watching that 50 SMA like a hawk, because if we can't sustain a move above mid-pivot, we might just bleed back toward the 4,730 area before the weekend. Stay patient and don't overtrade this trash price action.
Take profit 1 hit, plus 91 pips. The EA is now moving the stop loss to break even. The EA just secured this trade by moving the stop loss to entry. Zero risk now. We are in a free trade. Take profit 2 hit, 160 pips total. The EA caught the full move on this setup.
Hey Gliog, I totally hear your frustration, but gold is definitely giving us a masterclass in choppy price action right now, with an ADX of only 13. When the market moves sideways like this, the EA is designed to be cautious, and honestly, even the best strategies face a challenge during these low trend periods.
We've seen a lot of stop losses today because the market is just grinding, but stick with me because once we get that clean breakout from these Bollinger Bands, the session filter and smart mode are built to catch those big runners. Look at how the big money is positioning right now, because while retail is panic, selling these minor dips, the COT data shows the institutional players are heavily loaded up on the long side. We are sitting right on that weekly mid-pivot at 4,729, and every time we test it, smart money seems to step in to absorb the liquidity before the weekend. I'm seeing a classic fake-out attempt here, where the 5-minute sellers think they have control, but they are playing right into a trap since the higher time frames remain overwhelmingly bullish. With the dollar weakening and the Fed practically locked into their next move, the path of least resistance for gold is still higher despite this afternoon chop. I am staying patient because once those trap shorts get squeezed above 4,773, we could see a very fast run toward WAR 1. Keep your eyes on that 50 SMA, because as long as we hold that level, I am looking for the next clean breakout to the upside. The market is absolutely glued to the mid-pivot right now at 4729, and honestly, seeing us hold above that level despite the chop is making me lean bullish for the close. We just retested that EMA 20 at 47730, and the buyers stepped in immediately, which shows there is some real structural strength underneath this mess. I am keeping a huge eye on the 4,800 round number, because if we can clear that psychological barrier, the R1 pivot at 500 start looking like a magnet for a massive squeeze. The dollar is softening up, which should be providing a tailwind, but these rising yields are definitely acting as a handbrake on any clean breakout for now. I am sitting flat after a frustrating morning of stop runs, but I will be ready to pounce if we see a solid hourly close above the current range. If you want to see the logic behind how my EA filters these crazy sessions, you can find more info at XAUUSDJulia.com. For now, just stay patient because the big boys are clearly loaded up long and waiting for the right catalyst to send this.
I think we are about to see a massive move because this coil is getting way too tight for comfort. We are parked right at 4,759, and while the low time frame sellers are trying to force a breakdown, the daily and weekly trend strength is still overwhelmingly bullish. Look at how we are hugging that EMA 20 at 4,729. That mid pivot is acting like a magnet, but once the market decides on the direction of these US and Iran talks, we are going to see a serious liquidity grab. I am watching the 10-year yields climb, which usually puts a cap on our upside, yet gold is refusing to cave, showing me there is some real underlying strength here, despite the choppy mess of the last few hours. My EA has been getting whipped around in this range, but the fact that we are holding above that 4,759, trying to meet the last few hours still loaded up for a squeeze. If we can finally clear this 4,760 level and hold, I am looking straight at R1 for the next leg up. What are you guys seeing on the tape? Any specific levels you want me to pull up? Michelle, you are spot on with that level. I am looking at the charts right now, and gold is definitely gravitating toward that 4,747 area as we see this consolidation play out during the New York session. My EA is currently scanning for the next big entry, and since we are seeing a bit of a squeeze with the ADX sitting low at 20, a drift down to your target makes total sense. You have a great eye for these setups, so let's see if the volume kicks in to push it right through there. Oh, I love that energy, the Kakadin. You are legendary for calling those shifts. Honestly, looking at the charts right now, we are really testing that mid-pivot at 47.29, and with the ADX showing a weaker trend, a rejection there would be the perfect setup for a move down. The EA is currently sitting flat and scanning for that exact momentum, so if we see a clean break of this consolidation, we might just get that sell entry you're looking for. I'm keeping my eyes glued to the screen with you. Michelle, you are totally right. That volume shift is exactly what I love to see when we are hunting for a reversal. It looks like those sellers just ran out of gas and the buyers are starting to step back in to defend this area. With the New York session in full swing and gold hovering around 47.57, seeing that balance shift back up gives me a lot more confidence in the current support. It is honestly such a chess match today with this sideways chop, but watching the volume like that is how you stay one step ahead of the fakeouts. Hey, Mikkel Pieterzik! Oh, I love that energy, you are jumping into the action. It is a really interesting spot to be long because we are hovering right around that 4,759 level and trying to push back toward the daily mid-pivot at 4,729. I am seeing a bit of a squeeze on the Bollinger Bands though, so just keep an eye on that volatility we talked about earlier. My EA is currently flat and scanning for the next big move, but I am rooting for your position to fly.
Hey there, the Cake It In.
Oh wow, it has been an absolute whirlwind in the markets today. We have taken 51 trades in total so far as the EA navigates through all this consolidation and chop. You can see things are moving super fast during this New York session, but I am just so excited to see how the rest of the day plays out. Look guys, I'm taking it on the chin today with over 50 trades in this absolute blender of a market, and my P&L is feeling the heat from these constant fakeouts. We are trapped in a nasty range right now with an ADX under 20, which explains why the EA and I are basically fighting for every inch while the oscillators like stochastics are just screaming at the top of the range. I am watching 47.63 like a hawk, because if we cannot hold this current level, we are looking at a straight drop back toward that 47.29 mid-pivot where the buyers have been hiding. If you want to see how I have the EA set up to navigate these choppy sessions, all that info is over at XAUUSD but honestly, it is a war zone out here with yields pushing higher and keeping a lid on any real breakout attempt. We just tested the upper Bollinger Band and got rejected hard, so I am staying flat for a minute to let this New York volatility settle down before I jump back into the meat grinder. Let me know in the chat if you are still holding longs from the morning move or if you got caught in that last squeeze like I did. Listen closely, team, because we are watching a textbook liquidity grab unfold right around this 47.60 level. I am seeing so many shorts getting absolutely trapped right now as they try to fade this mid-pivot area. But look at how aggressively the buyers are stepping in every time we dip toward that EMA 20. The sellers are fighting for their lives trying to force a flush down to 4,000, but honestly the big money is heavily loaded on the long side, and they are just absorbing all that retail sell pressure. This range is a complete blender, and we have taken some hits today because the market is just coiling, but I'm telling you, once these trapped shorts finally capitulate, we are going to see a violent squeeze toward that SMA 50 at 4,900. If anyone is wondering about my EA, it is doing its job by keeping us in the game during this chop, but the real move happens when we finally clear this congestion. Does anyone have eyes on the 10-year yields right now, or want to talk about how this Iran news is hitting the tape? Drop your questions in the chat and let's break down where the next leg is heading together. Yesterday we had some decent directional flows to work with, but today has turned into a complete grind compared to earlier in the week. We are basically oscillating around the mid-pivot at 4,729, and while we saw a little life during the London Open, it has been a total range-bound chopfest since New York took over. I am seeing some serious rejection every time we try to push toward that 4,773 level. And with the ADX sitting at a flat 13, it is clear nobody wants to commit before the weekend. The 50 SMA is acting like a magnet right now, and honestly these trap shorts are getting squeezed in both directions because the market just won't trend. I have had a few people asking about the automated side of this, so if you want to see the logic behind the EA, just head over to XAUUSDJulia.com to check out the details. I am staying flat for the moment because until we see a clean break of this mid-range, there is just no edge in fighting this volatility. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat if you are looking at specific entries. Everyone is looking at the Fed, and with 100% probability of a rate cut to that 3.5 range, gold should be flying, but those rising 10-year yields are acting like a massive anchor right now. We are hovering right at 47.57, and honestly, it is a total choppy mess because the ADX is showing zero trend strength. I'm watching that 47.29 level, which is the mid-pivot and the EMA 20. If we lose that, things could get ugly fast, but the weekly and daily trends are still screaming buy. My EA has been working overtime in this range, and while we have taken some hits on these quick reversals, the long-term sentiment from the big money guys is still heavily net long. I know you guys keep asking about the EA settings for this volatility, so drop your questions in the chat, and let's break down why this consolidation is actually a massive coil for the next leg up. We are sitting right in the middle of the Bollinger Bands, so I am staying patient until we see a real liquidity grab or a break toward that R1 pivot. The EA just pulled the trigger. Buy on gold at 4,763.121. Stop loss at 4,755.176. Targeting 4,771.066 and 4,779.011.
Hey Ahmed, welcome to the stream. I am so happy you decided to join our 93 viewers today. We are right in the thick of the New York session, and I'm currently watching a live buy trade that the Julia Scalper entered at 47.63. Gold is looking a bit choppy right now with an ADX of 10, but we're already up over 200 pips on this position, so I'm feeling really good about it. It's such an exciting time to be trading gold, so feel free to stick around and watch the magic happen. Look at this tape, guys. While retail is getting chopped to pieces in this range, the smart money is quietly building a massive net long position according to the latest COT data. Even though we are sitting in a bit of a blender right now with an ADX near 10, I am watching the institutions hold the line because they know that rising inflation fears and those 10-year yields are actually creating a perfect floor for us. We just caught a long entry at 4763, and the way we keep bouncing off that 4729 pivot tells me the big boys are defending this level with everything they have. I am staying patient with this trade because when this sentiment shifts from fear to a full-blown squeeze, we are going to see those trapped shorts scramble to cover. If you want to see the logic behind how I automate these institutional levels, you can find more info about the EA over at XAUUSDJulia.com. For now, keep an eye on that R1 pivot at 5,359, because if we break this consolidation, the upside potential is absolutely massive.
Hey, Mass Sag T. Oh, I love that you're asking about the strategy, because gold is acting so interesting right now. Right now, we actually have a buy position open at 4763.12 because the EA caught some momentum, even though we're in a bit of a ranging market. I'm keeping a close eye on the 4771 level for our first take profit, but with the ADX showing a weaker trend, we have to be patient with these choppy moves. It's all about watching those key levels and letting the Julia Scalper handle the entries while we stay disciplined. Mass, you are so welcome. I am always here to help you navigate these gold markets. Right now, we actually have a buy position open as we navigate this New York session, so let's see if we can get some momentum back toward those higher levels. I'm keeping a close eye on the price action for you, so stay tuned and let's see if we can catch a nice move together. What a difference a day makes. because after yesterday's decent directional flow, we have slammed straight into a brick wall of range-bound chop that is absolutely grinding my gears. This week started with some solid momentum, but right now the market is just pacing back and forth like it is waiting for permission to move before the weekend. I am currently sitting in a long from 4,763 and watching price tease me around 4,761, but until we can clear the mid-pivot at 4,729 and stay above it, I am not seeing a clean exit strategy here. Yields are pushing higher, which is definitely putting a lid on this move, and it honestly feels like we are caught in a classic liquidity trap, while everyone waits for the US and Iran talks to develop. I am noticing the big money players are still heavily loaded on the long side in the COT data, so I am sticking with my bias, but man, it is a struggle to get any traction in this session. Is anyone else seeing this flat DXY and feeling like we are just one headline away from a massive squeeze? Or are you guys sitting on your hands until Monday?
We are sitting right on a razor's edge at 4,765, and frankly, the market is acting like it's stuck in mud while we wait for these US-Iran talks to gain some traction. I am hyper-focused on that 4,729 mid-pivot level because it lines up almost perfectly with our 20-period EMA, and if we lose that support, this whole weekly game could vanish in a heartbeat. I've currently got a buy running from 4,763 that is fighting for air, but with the ADX showing such a weak trend right now, it is a total chop fest out here. You can see the 1H and 4H charts are still leaning bullish, so I'm favoring the upside as long as we stay north of that moving average confluence, but man, these trapped shorts are making every pip a struggle. If you want to see how my automated setups are navigating this mess, you can find more info at XAUUSD where I break everything down. Since the dollar is basically flatlining and yields are ticking up, we really need a fresh catalyst or a liquidity grab to break us out of this range. Drop your questions in the chat if you're looking at specific entries, because this Friday close could get very spicy if 4775 finally gives way. Rafareski, I love that energy, and you are jumping in right at the thick of it. We actually have an open buy trade running from 4,763 right now, and seeing some nice green on the screen. Gold is testing that 4,767 level, and the New York session is definitely keeping us on our toes today. It is a bit of a choppy range though, so watching those levels closely is key. Glad to have you back in the action with us.
Look at that rejection at 4,766. We just tapped it and the sellers are trying to push us back into the muck. I am currently holding a long from 4,763, but this range is absolute murder, and with ADX sitting under 10, we are essentially watching paint dry while waiting for a catalyst. We are hugging the mid-pivot right now, and honestly, if we can't clear R1 at 5,359 soon, this weekly gain is going to look very fragile heading into the weekend. I am watching the 10-year yields creep up, which usually spells trouble for us, but the massive net long positioning from the big players tells me the floor is solid. Don't let this sideways chop frustrate you into over-leveraging. Stay patient and drop your questions in the chat if you're tracking this move with me. I think we are about to see a big move because this range is getting way too tight to hold much longer. We have been grinding right around that mid-pivot at 4,729, and even though I am currently underwater on this buy from 4,763, the higher timeframe oscillators are still shouting that the bulls are in control. It has been a rough session with this low ADX choppiness, which you can see in my trade history today, but the fact that the dollar is flat while yields are pushing higher tells me gold is showing some serious underlying strength. If we can finally clear this immediate resistance, I am looking for a massive squeeze toward that 5,359 level as the shorts get trapped. I am watching the tape closely for any sudden volume spikes, since the fear index is starting to creep up, and that usually sparks a flight to safety. If you want to see how the logic behind these entries works, check out XAUUSD for more info on the EA. Drop your questions in the chat if you are seeing this same divergence on your charts. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,759.84. First target 4,751.527. Full target 4,743.213. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk.
The Fed basically has their hands tied with this 97% probability of a rate hold, and that steady outlook is keeping gold incredibly well bid even while yields are creeping higher. We are sitting right on the midpoint pivot of 4,729, and honestly, this range is an absolute choppy mess with the ADX showing zero trend strength right now. I am currently underwater on a sell from 4,759, and gold is just hovering around 4,761, refusing to give me that flush down I was looking for. If we can't break below that EMA 20 at 4,729 soon, I'm worried the dip buyers are going to stage a massive liquidity grab and squeeze us toward the R1 at 5,359. The big money in the COT reports is still heavily loaded on the long side, so any selling pressure feels like a temporary fake out before the next leg up. Feel free to drop your charts or questions in the chat. I want to hear how you guys are playing this Friday afternoon slush.
The macro picture remains incredibly bullish, with the institutions still heavily stacked on the long side, and with the Fed essentially locked into their current path. Gold has a solid floor beneath it despite this recent monthly cooling. Zooming into the intraday action, it is a total choppy mess right now, with the ADX showing almost no trend strength, which explains why we are seeing so many fakeouts around this 4,760 level. I am currently sitting in a sell from 4,759.219 that is fighting some heat, but we are hunting that mid-pivot at 4,729, which is the magnet for today. If we cannot clear the EMA 20, we might just drift sideways into the close, though the elevated VIX tells me the market is nervous about those Iran headlines. I am watching the 15-minute sell signals closely to see if we finally get a flush toward the lower Bollinger Band. For those asking how I manage these volatile ranges, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD Drop your questions in the chat if you are tracking this 50 SMA rejection with me. First target reached. 76 pips locked in. Stop loss is now at break even. The EA just secured this trade by moving the stop loss to entry. Zero risk now. We are in a free trade. I think we are about to see a massive move because this consolidation is getting way too tight to hold much longer. We are literally coiled up on the mid-pivot at 4,729, while the lower time frames are screaming sell, yet the daily trend remains firmly in the bull's court. I am currently holding a sell from 4,759 that is running over 500 pips in profit. But I am watching that 4,754 level like a hawk right now, since the buyers keep stepping in to defend it. With the US yields creeping up, it's putting a bit of a lid on the upside, but the geopolitical tension with Iran is the real wildcard that could ignite a massive liquidity grab at any moment. If we can finally break below the EMA 20, I think we flush toward 4,700, but the big money is still heavily net long, so I am not getting married to this downside bias. It has been a choppy mess today, and the chat has been quiet, so jump in and let me know what you guys are looking at before the weekend close. Raffareschi, you are definitely feeling those buy levels today. I see you jumping in at 4,753, but just a heads up, the EA actually just triggered a sell at 4,759, and we are currently riding that move down with about 347 pips in profit already. Gold is looking a bit heavy in this New York session, and with the ADX showing a weak trend, we might just be bouncing around in this range for a while longer. I'm keeping a close eye on that mid-pivot level to see if we get a real bounce, or if the sellers are going to keep the pressure on.
This trade hit the stop loss at -7 pips. Remember, no system wins 100%. Risk management keeps us in the game.
We have a fresh buy signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,763.733, with stop loss at 4,756.632. First target 4,770.834, second target 4,777.935. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully.
Honestly, looking at the screen right now, today feels like a total 180 compared to the explosive volatility we saw last week when everyone was panic buying every dip. We have shifted into this heavy, choppy mess where the ADX is practically flatlining at 9, which explains why I have been fighting for scraps and getting caught in these fakeouts all afternoon. I am watching us hover right around this 4,763 level, basically magnetized to the mid-pivot. But the fact that we are holding above the EMA 20 at 4,729 keeps me from leaning too bearish just yet. The big boys are still heavily positioned to the long side in the latest COT data, so even though we are stuck in a range, the underlying pressure feels like a coiled spring. I am keeping a close eye on those rising 10-year yields because they are definitely acting as a ceiling for us near that R1 pivot. If you want to see how my logic is coded into the automation I use, you can check out XAUUSD for the breakdown. For now, gold is just testing our patience, but with fear creeping back into the index, I am expecting a liquidity grab soon. Any questions on these levels? Drop them in the chat.
Look guys, we are currently battling it out right at the 4,765 level, and honestly, this is the line in the sand for the rest of the Friday session. If you look at the charts, we are practically glued to that mid-pivot at 47.29, and every time we dip, the buyers are stepping in to defend this zone because they know a clean break above today's highs opens up a massive run toward the R1 resistance at 53.59. I just entered a new buy position and I'm already up 90 pips because the dollar is losing steam, and even with yields creeping up, gold is showing some serious relative strength. The choppiness has been brutal today, but the fact that the big speculators are still heavily loaded on the long side tells me this range is just a massive liquidity grab before the next leg up. I'm keeping a close eye on the hourly RSI, which is sitting neutral right now, giving us plenty of runway if the volume picks up. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Any of you getting trapped in these fakeouts? Or are you holding for the breakout with me? Take profit 1 hit, plus 69 pips. The EA has moved the stop loss to entry. Let's see if take profit 2 gets hit. Stop loss moved to break even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target.
Oh, don't tan circle, you're asking for my origin story. I love that. I've been in the trading world for about 6 years now, and trust me, I've seen it all from the wild volatility to these slow sideways days like we're seeing right now in the New York session. I actually started out with just a few $1,000s in a small retail account while I was learning the ropes, because I really believe in growing as you gain confidence. It's all about the journey and finding a strategy that works for your personality, which is why I'm so passionate about this EA. Right now we have a buy trade running with over 500 pips in profit, so it's a great time to be watching the charts with me.
Man, I have been grinding through a total slugfest today, with 56 trades on the board, and a deep red P&L that is definitely testing my patience. We are stuck in this consolidation phase with the ADX, showing zero trend strength, which explains why I have been getting chopped up, trying to catch a clean breakout. Right now I am holding a buy from 47.63 that is finally showing some life, with price hovering around 47.70 as if it is glued to that mid-pivot level. If we can actually hold above this EMA 20, I am looking for a run toward 4,800, especially with the dollar weakening and the big institutional players still heavily stacked on the long side. I really need to see more volume coming in from this New York session to push us past this range, but until then, I am staying defensive. You guys can check out more details on how my EA handles these messy environments over at XAUUSDJulia.com while we wait for this trade to develop. Do you think we are going to see a Friday afternoon squeeze, or are we just going to flatline into the weekend?
We just saw a nasty little squeeze over the last hour as buyers finally stepped in to defend that 4,763 level. My open buy is currently breathing with about 300 pips of cushion, and honestly, seeing price hold above the mid-pivot at 47.29 gives me a lot of confidence that this range might finally break topside. The DXY is slipping right now, and with the 10-year yield catching a bit of a bid, we're seeing this classic tug-of-war play out on the tape. My EA has been grinding through a serious amount of volume today, and while it's been a choppy mess, the technicals across every time frame from the 5-minute to the daily are screaming buy. If we can clear the recent highs, I'm looking at R1 around 53.59 as the next major magnet. The bigger players are heavily net long, and with inflation fears resurfacing, I'm expecting gold to stay well bid into the close. Drop your charts in the chat if you're seeing a different level. I'd love to hear what you guys are playing. Both targets hit. 3 pips total. The EA executed the plan from start to finish.
I'm staring at this 4,766 level, and honestly, it feels like we are walking on eggshells as the New York session winds down. We are basically sitting right on the mid-pivot, and with the ADX showing such low trend strength, it is just a choppy mess that has been eating my lunch all day. I am looking for a clean break above 4,775 to finally give us some directional conviction, especially since the technicals are screaming buy across every single time frame, from the 5-minute up to the weekly. If the dollar keeps softening here, we might actually see a late-day squeeze toward that SMA 50, but I am staying flat for a minute to let the dust settle. If you want to see how my EA handles these ranging environments without the emotional fatigue, you can check out XAUUSD Julia.com for the full breakdown. The big players are still heavily positioned long, and with the geopolitical noise out of Iran refusing to die down, I am leaning toward a bullish breakout if we can just clear this immediate overhead resistance. What are you guys seeing on your charts? Any specific levels you think might trap the shorts here? Hey Masshead.t, it is so great to see you again, and I love that you are looking for a setup. Right now we are sitting at 4,765, and looking at the technicals, the momentum across all time frames still leans toward a buy, but the market is feeling a bit choppy in this New York session. My EA is actually scanning for the next entry as we speak, and I am personally watching that 4,729 pivot level for support before I get too aggressive. I would love to see a clear breakout or a bounce there before the next position triggers, so let's keep a close eye on the charts together. Hey Mass, you are so welcome. I am really glad you are back and hanging out with us on the stream. Right now, gold is hovering around 4,766, and the EA is just patiently scanning for our next big entry. It has been a bit of a choppy ride in this New York session, but I am keeping a close eye on that strong ADX trend to see if we get a clean breakout soon. Keep those questions coming. I love the energy. Hey Muhammad Humaid. Oh, welcome to the family. I am so happy to have you here as a new sub. Right now, the Julia Scalper is actually in scouting mode, scanning the charts for the next big move as we navigate this choppy New York session. We don't have an active trade open at this second, but with the way gold is hovering around this 47.66 level, I'm expecting a fresh signal to pop up very soon. Stick around because when this market finally decides on a direction, we want to be ready to jump in. Muhammad Humaid, you're making me smile. You are so incredibly welcome, and I'm just so happy to have you as part of our trading family here. Right now, the EA is actually sitting on the sidelines scanning the market since things have been a bit choppy in this New York session. I'm keeping a close eye on that 4,767 level for our next move, so definitely stay tuned. The institutional side is looking heavy right now as the big boys are loaded up net long, which really confirms that structural bullish bias I have been feeling all week. We are currently hugging that midpoint pivot at 4,729, and even though we are stuck in a range right now, the fact that speculators keep bidding up these dips tells me the underlying demand is massive. I am watching this 4,768 level like a hawk, because if we can actually get a clean candle close above it, it opens the door to the R1 pivot near 5,359. The dollar is actually losing a bit of steam here, but these rising 10-year yields are acting like a handbrake on our momentum, so we just have to be patient. I am not seeing any reason to force a trade into this choppiness, so I am sitting on my hands until we get a real breakout toward that 50 SMA. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Any of you scalping this tight consolidation? Or are you waiting for the volume to pick up?
Looking at the latest COT data, the big players are heavily loaded up on the long side, with nearly 5 times more longs than shorts, which tells me the institutional conviction remains incredibly bullish despite this sideways grind. We are currently sitting right on the mid-pivot of 4,729, and as long as we hold above that EMA 20, I am not looking for any major downside. It is a bit of a choppy mess right now, with the ADX showing almost no trend, but the dollar is starting to soften, and that usually gives us the tailwind we need to push toward that R1 level near 5,359. I am keeping a close eye on the 10-year yields because if they start to cool off, gold is going to absolutely fly. If you want to see the logic behind how I automate these entries, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSDJulia.com. I'm staying patient here, because when this range finally breaks, the move is going to be violent. Drop your questions in the chat if you're watching these levels with me. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,765.163. First target 4,760.321. Full target 4,755.479. Heads up, the market is currently ranging. Smart mode shows choppy conditions, so manage your risk carefully. Looking at how the institutional players are positioned right now, the smart money is heavily leaning into their long side, and that conviction is really keeping a floor under us, despite this intraday grind. I am seeing a massive long to short ratio from the speculators that tells me any dip toward that 4,729 mid-pivot is just going to get swallowed up by buyers looking for a ride back toward the all-time highs. Right now we are hovering around 4,763, and it feels like a total waiting game as the market digests these Iranian headlines and the creeping inflation fears. I just hopped into a new sell from 4,765 because the shorter time frames are screaming exhaustion, and honestly with this ADX being so low, we are just stuck in a choppy mess until a real catalyst hits. I am keeping a close eye on the 10-year yields because that slight tick up is the only thing stopping gold from absolutely ripping through the roof right now. If you guys have any questions about these levels or how I am managing this drawdown today, drop them in the chat.
The Fed looks basically locked into this rate path, and that is keeping gold incredibly well bid despite the choppy mess we are seeing on the 5-minute chart. I am watching the price hover right around 4,764, and honestly, if we cannot hold this mid-range pivot, I think we might see a quick flush toward that 50 SMA. I currently have a sell running that the EA caught at 4,765, and seeing that rejection at the top of the range gives me some confidence even though the daily bias remains heavily bullish. If you want to see how the logic behind these entries works, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD Julia.com, but for now I am just managing this risk as we head into the weekend. The dollar is showing some weakness here, but rising yields are fighting back, so it is a total tug of war right now. Feel free to drop your charts in the chat if you see a different level, because this range is getting tighter by the minute, and I am expecting a liquidity grab soon. First, take profit reached, 49 pips. The trade is now protected with stop loss at break even. Stop loss moved to break even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target. The institutions are playing a completely different game than the retail crowd right now. While I see the small players getting shaken out by this intraday choppiness, the COT data shows the smart money is heavily loaded up on the long side, sitting on a massive 4-TO-1 long to short ratio. We are currently hugging that mid-pivot at 4,729, and despite the session winding down, the big boys aren't flinching. I just scaled out of a sell position for a quick scalp near 4,760, but I'm watching this consolidation closely because a break above the 20 EMA could ignite a massive short squeeze. The retail sentiment is still clouded by fear, but looking at how gold is holding firm despite rising yields, it's clear the heavy hitters are preparing for the next leg up. If you guys have any questions about these levels or how I'm timing these entries, drop them in the chat.
Zooming out to the weekly chart, the big picture is still incredibly bullish with the smart money heavily loaded on the long side. But today has been a total choppy mess as we close out the US session. We are essentially stuck in a range between the midpoint pivot at 4729 and that R1 ceiling near 5,359, while the market digests these geopolitical headlines and surging inflation expectations. I am currently holding a sell from 4,765 that is running beautifully in green, but I am keeping a very close eye on the 4,760 level because buyers keep stepping in to defend it every time we dip. With the daily RSI sitting right at the midline and ADX showing a lack of direction, we are likely just seeing a massive liquidity grab before the next major leg up. If you want to see how my logic is being applied to the algorithm, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD Julia.com as we navigate these wild swings. For now, I am sitting on my hands with this open position because unless we get a clean breakout past the 50 SMA, we are just going to keep bouncing in this trap. If anyone has questions about these levels or how the yield spike is caping our upside right now, drop them in the chat. Full target reached, 85 pips on this trade. Solid execution from entry to take profit too.
Look at this massive battleground right around the 4729 level. That mid-pivot is basically the line in the sand for me right now, and the fact that we are hovering just above it at 4757.54 tells me the bulls are trying to hold onto one last thread of hope before the weekend. We just had a brief test of the EMA 20, which acted like a magnet, and honestly, if we lose that pivot support, we are looking at a straight drop toward that 4038 area. It has been a total grind today with 60 entries already, and frankly, it is a choppy mess out there that has tested my patience more than once. I am waiting to see if we get a clean breakout past today's highs to squeeze those trapped shorts, but with yields climbing, gold is definitely feeling the weight. The smart money is still heavily leaned long on the COT report, so I am not ready to flip my bias totally, but this price action is definitely keeping me on my toes. Feel free to drop a message in the chat if you are watching a different level. I want to hear what you guys are seeing on your screens. Looking at the weekly and daily charts, the long-term structure is still undeniably bullish because the big money is heavily positioned on the long side and the Fed is completely locked into their rate path right now. We are currently sitting in a massive mid-range area between the 4292-5549 Bollinger Bands. But tonight we're seeing some real tension as we hover right around the 4751 level, which is essentially the midpoint pivot. Today has been an absolute battleground, with 60 trades on the books, and I'm currently flat after some choppy action, but notice how we are holding above that EMA 20 at 4721, despite the yields ticking up. The dollar is showing some weakness, and with fear starting to creep back into the sentiment index, I'm looking for buyers to defend this area to keep our monthly recovery alive. If you want to see how the logic behind these entries works, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD But for now, I'm just waiting to see if we get a clean breakout past the intraday selling pressure. It's been a grind today with the stochastic looking a bit overextended on the shorter timeframes, so I'm staying patient until the market decides which way it wants to run into the weekend close.
You want to talk about a massive divergence? Look at the dollar softening while yields are absolutely ripping higher, and honestly, it's keeping gold in this weird, suffocating chop despite the bullish positioning from the big money specs. I'm watching this 4,745 level like a hawk because we're essentially hovering right above that 4,729 mid-pivot. And if we lose that, the 20 EMA is the only thing standing between us and a deeper flush. It has been a brutal session of stop runs and fake outs, and while my EA caught a couple of decent moves earlier, this current range is just a liquidity grab waiting to happen. The hourly RSI is cooling off, which gives us some room, but with the VIX relatively flat, we aren't seeing that panic bid I was hoping for, despite all the noise coming out of the Middle East. I'm staying flat for the minute because jumping into this mess right before the weekend close is how you get squeezed, but I'm curious where you guys are looking to heavy up. If anyone has questions on these higher time frame MAs or the yield spread, drop them in the chat, and let's break it down before the bell.
The weekly and daily cycles are still firmly bullish, and honestly, seeing the big institutional players heavily net long in the COT data tells me the smart money isn't shaken by this intraday noise. We're looking at a Fed that's basically locked into a path of cuts, and while the 10-year yield is trying to put up a fight today, the long-term floor for gold feels incredibly solid. Zooming into the session, it's been a total grind. I've been battling this choppy mess all day, and my personal P&L is feeling the heat. But the strategy remains the same. Right now, we are hovering just above that mid-pivot at 4,799, which is exactly where I want to see buyers step in to defend the structural trend. If we can't hold 4,748, we might see a quick liquidity grab toward the 4,700 level before the next leg up. I'm staying patient and letting the market breathe while I wait for a cleaner breakout signal. If you guys want to see the logic behind how I automate these entries, there's more info about the EA on XAUUSDJulia.com. For now, keep an eye on that 4,729 level, because if that breaks, things could get spicy. Drop your questions in the chat if you're watching these levels with me. Man, this Friday session has been an absolute grind, and honestly, the chart is looking like a total choppy mess right now. I've been battling these tight ranges all afternoon, and we just saw price get rejected exactly where I expected near that mid-pivot at 4,729. Even though the daily and weekly timeframes are still screaming buy, the shorter-term sell signals on the 5 and 15-minute charts are keeping a lid on any real upside momentum for the moment. We're currently hovering around 4,750, and I'm watching those hourly moving averages closely, because if we can't sustain a move above the EMA 20, we might just bleed back toward the lows. The dollar is showing some weakness, which usually gives us that tailwind, but these rising 10-year yields are acting like a massive anchor on every rally attempt. I'm staying flat for the next few minutes to let this volatility settle, but if you guys see any specific setups, or want me to zoom in on a certain level, drop it in the chat and let's break it down together.